Good morning, Judge. How are you? It's Miss Fanny. I was driving. I have to go to Macomb, so I'm walking into the court.
APA Anderson.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. What are you here on?
I am here on Denard Owens. It's a review date for competency.
Okay. How about you, APA? APA Solari, what case are you here on?
My apologies, Your Honor. I'm here on Moment Dean.
Sorry, you're here on who?
Moment Dean, Your Honor.
Judge, that's my case. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Just confirming Mr. Dean has retained out to Mr. Elder.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong guy. Okay. So, Mr. Elder, you say you're here on D?
Yes, Judge. Good morning. Yes, sir.
Okay, I have Mr. Brandon looking at the attorney of record. You retained your out?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Well, if you could send me a substitution of counsel, that'd be appreciated.
Can you give me a fax number or email, please?
I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess we are ready.
Call me with case number 2405-771601 for the state of Michigan versus Mammon D. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree.
Francis, for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, and to your staff. Carolyn Solari, P number 86651 for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor, to your staff. The rate elder, on behalf of Mr. Dean. My P number is 57728. Mr. Dean's with us, joining us via Zoom. Mr. Dean, state your name, please.
Moment, Dean.
And what's your pleasure, Mr. Elder?
Yeah, no, I just recently was retained, and I'm asking the court if the court's willing to set this for another PCC, Your Honor, if not an examination date further out for me to get discovery and make sure that I'm ready for the examination.
All right, when can you get discovery to Mr. Elder?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
When can you get discovery to Mr. Elder?
Today, Your Honor, I had already sent it to previous counsel, so it would take me within the hour.
Okay. That being the case, Mr. Elder, the court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How's June 28th at 10:15?
Your Honor, can we have the following week by any chance? I will be traveling out of town, will not be back until the 26th, and I'd like to meet with my client to talk about the evidence presented by the people.
If you'll be back on the 26th, that gives you the 26th and the 27th.
This court wants to set up for the 20, well, Judge, to be quite honest, Judge, it's playoffs, and if I'm in Seattle, and if they win, then they go to championship, and I'm not, I think it's the following day, so that's the only issue I'm having.
Honor, I just wanted the court to know I will be out of town from July 1st through July 8th, and I'm set for trial on July 10th.
See, now that poses a problem.
Yeah.
Looks like we're gonna be stuck with the 28th, Mr. Elder.
Judge, oh, that's, we'll figure something out, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, June 28th. Would you prefer the afternoon?
Yes, Judge, the afternoon would be wonderful.
June 28th at 12 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Strong.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here on Bennett Daniel. He has 3 cases.
Okay.
Case number 2405-771301. People of the state of Michigan versus Bennett Daniel. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice. Defendant also has case number 2405-771401. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice. Defendant also has case number 2405-771501. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count two, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249. I'm on all three cases.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ronnie Strong appearing on behalf of Mr. Bennett Daniel as to all three cases. I would waive his appearance for these proceedings. He's currently in the Wayne County Jail.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
We're asking for an examination date, Your Honor.
The court will continue the plea of not guilty in all three matters. Set all three matters for preliminary examination. Out is June 26th at 10 o'clock.
That's a good date and time.
All right, June 26th at 10 o'clock, I'll be continued.
Your Honor, we would ask for a DSU report as well.
All right, I'll refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation.
Nothing further by the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Fanning, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good. You here on Taylor?
I am.
Okay. Great.
Case number 2405-618201. People of the state of Michigan versus Sharon Taylor. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count two, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Andrea Fanning, P 42853, appearing on behalf of my client, Ms. Sharon Taylor.
Okay, what's your pleasure, Ms. Fanning?
Your Honor, we were waiting for a competency report. I am not in receipt of that report at this particular point in time. It was referred to the. You have it?
No, we don't.
Okay.
I'll put it out for another 30 days.
Okay.
I'll adjourn competency hearing to July. I'll put it out to July 22nd at 8:30.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank
Have
you.
a wonderful day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
July 22nd. Ms. Belcher.
Good morning, Judge. How are you? Ready on Payne.
Calling case number 2405-731401, people of the state of Michigan versus James Payne Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree.
Appearances for the record, please. Asim.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam of CCN on behalf of the people, P83923. And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Leanna Belcher, P80177 on behalf of Mr. James Payne.
And what's your pleasure, Ms. Belcher?
Your Honor, I am requesting that this matter proceed to preliminary examination. The court may be aware that Mr. Payne is in the MDOC custody. I know the date was preset for next week. I don't know if that allows enough time for a writ. He is currently in Kinross Correctional.
Okay, let's put it out to July 10th at 8:30. I'm sorry, July 10th at 10 o'clock.
Judge, my apologies. I am going to be in trial that week on one that's definitely going as of this when the defendant declined the plea offer. So I will be in trial that entire week. Is there any way we could either do it the 15th, maybe the following Monday?
That's a long time. It's almost a month out.
I can do it the week before. The entire week of the 8th, I'm in trial, and then I'm in trial on the 16th and the 7th of July.
What days?
Good morning, Your Honor.
I'm on the record, Mr. Johnson.
You know,
So what about July 3rd? I'm pretty sure I'm here on July 3rd. That's my 18-year anniversary.
I will make that work for the court, Judge. Judge, I'm not available July 3rd. I apologize. I'm available the week of the 10th. I don't know if someone else from Ms. Mosesian's office can cover the exam.
Not available 3rd.
Pardon?
Why aren't you available on the 3rd?
I'm going out of town, Judge.
Who gave you a vacation?
A very short vacation. And it's with children, so I don't know if that counts as a vacation.
Okay. So we can't do next week because he has to be written out. That's going to take 2 weeks, which will put us somewhere around July 4th. Ms. Mosesian is going to be out the week of the 8th.
Judge, I could do it. My trial starts on Tuesday the 9th. I could do it on Monday.
I'm not sure if I'm here July 8th. Okay, we'll do the 15th since you guys twist my arm. The 15th at 10 o'clock.
Yes, Judge. Thank you. Thank you.
Final be continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm covering another file for Mr. Gonick on Washington.
Washington? Okay. Ready on Washington. Do I have an APA here on Washington? Ms. Brose,
Good morning,
next
Your
week?
Honor. I'm here.
Okay.
Case number 2405-774601, for the state of Michigan versus Carmen, Washington. Defendant is charged in count 1 and 2, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree. Count 3 and 4, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree. So,
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Grace Broughton appearing on behalf of the people, P80298.
And good morning again, Your Honor. May it please the court, Leanna Belcher, P80177, on behalf of Mr. Washington. I am standing in for the attorney of record, Ben Gonick.
And what's your pleasure, Ms. Belcher?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Mr. Gonick has requested that we set an examination date, and he's asked that I request digital discovery in the matter.
I will send that over, Judge.
Okay. Court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination housed June 26th at 11 o'clock.
Your Honor, I
That's good,
apologize. I am going to be in a conference on the 26th and 27th. I could do it on the 25th if Your Honor is available, or the 28th.
No, that's a homicide day. I can do the 28th at 11 o'clock.
Yes, Judge.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, June 28th at 11 o'clock, bound to be continued.
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you.
Have a great day.
Thank you as well. Ms. Frenelly. Provine Keller.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you? What can I do for you?
I'm good, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm here on the matter of People versus Owens. APA Jaron Anderson told me to inform the court that he is on Zoom, but he's also in person on another matter. We're set for a competency hearing today, but neither myself nor Mr. Anderson, as of yesterday, have received the report. And so as not to waste the court's time, I think it'd be good to bring it to your attention, Judge.
You say you don't have the report?
No, neither myself nor the prosecutor, and we check in at least once or twice a week to see if anybody got anything.
Okay, let me call the case.
calling case number 240-1601, because state of Michigan versus Bernard Owens. Defendant is charged in count 1, reckless driving causing death. Count 2, where to stop at scene of accident when at fault resulting in death. Count 3, operating while intoxicated causing death. Count 4, reckless driving causing serious impairment of a body function. Count 5, operating while intoxicated causing serious injury.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jaron Anderson on behalf of the people, P85434.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yvonne Paravon Keller appearing on behalf of defendant Mr. Bennett Owens, P84328.
Mr. Anderson, you have a family member from the victim's family here in court that wants to speak with you.
Okay, Judge. If that's Mr. Daryl Davis, I'll have to give him a call after court today.
Sister Clarissa, and he doesn't call us while we're really trying to find out what's going on. We've been trying to get in contact with him, but he hasn't been able to have any contact with him, so we don't really know what's going on.
Well, I can tell you now what's going on is that he was referred for a competency evaluation because in order for us to move forward, he must understand the charges that are lodged against him as well as be able to assist his counsel in his defense. So it's referred for a competency evaluation. That takes about 3 months for us to get a report back. That report hasn't come back yet. So I'm going to probably put it out for another month.
Okay.
But he remains in custody until we get that report back, until we have this preliminary examination.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, and that's the gentleman you mentioned, Mr. Anderson. This is his sister that's in the courtroom. I think she said her last name.
Yes, Mrs. Clinton.
Ms. Clinton is in the courtroom.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so the court, given that we don't have a competency report back yet, will adjourn the competency hearing to July 22nd at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ron, we continue.
Thank you.
Have a nice
Thank
day,
you, Judge.
Judge.
Mr. Johnson,
Good morning. How are you, Judge?
hollering out on my record like that, like you don't have no sense. What's wrong?
I'm sorry. I thought it was a pause. I didn't realize you were in the midst of something. I'm sorry about that, Judge.
No problem. Who are you here on? You're here on Daniel?
Yes, Deontay Daniel.
Okay, ready on Daniel.
Case number 2405-773701, people of the state of Michigan versus Deontay Daniel. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence aggravated. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense known as mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Dwayne Johnson, P 41842, on behalf of Mr. Deontay Daniel, who I believe is present on Zoom.
Mr. Daniel, is that you in the Wayne County Jail?
No,
No,
he wasn't on jail. He was on bond.
no, I don't see him.
I'll waive his appearance, Your Honor.
For the way the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Preliminary exam on this matter, Your Honor.
The court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is June 26th at 11 o'clock?
June 26th at 11 o'clock is perfect.
Great. June 26th at 11 o'clock, and bond will be continued if there's no objection.
All
No
right, thank
objection.
you, Your Honor. Everybody have a great day now.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hines, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here on Mr. DeMarco Williams, who is present on Zoom.
Okay. Ready on Williams.
Calling case number 2405-772401, people of the state of Michigan versus DeMarco Williams. Defendant is charged in count 1, weapons, firearm, discharge into a building. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Counts 3 and 4, weapons, felony, firearm. Count 5, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, everyone. Brianna Hines, P87456, on behalf of Mr. DeMarco Williams.
Mr. Williams, unmute yourself and tell us your name. He's not responding, Ms. Hines. Are you waiving his presence for purposes?
I'll waive his presence for, yes, Your Honor, I'll waive his presence for today's purposes.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Yes, Your Honor, we are just requesting a preliminary examination date and requesting discovery, digital discovery.
How's June 26th at 9 o'clock?
I believe I will still be in trial that day. Does the 28th work?
June 28th at 9 o'clock.
Okay, that works.
All right, bond will be continued if there's no objection.
No objection.
All right, bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hines, I will send you the digital discovery right now.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I think that does it for the PCCs, right?
Yes. So we had one hearing, evidentiary hearing. Sean Nelson. Working the James.
What kind of hearing is that?
Remember, that's the guy, the telephone later.
Do you have a report?
You kind of addressed it last time.
So
Remember,
why
they
we have
sent
another
all
hearing?
this.
Oh, yeah. So I thought I knew.
You said evidentiary hearing today.
Oh, okay. Are they coming in person?
It was supposed to be in person.
Okay. So the only exam I have is 10 o'clock. Oh.
Is that hearing gonna be at 11:30 or it's gonna be anytime soon?
Say that again.
Yeah, hearing, is it gonna be at 11:30 or it's gonna be soon?
It's gonna be at 11:30.
Okay. So 10 o'clock.
Sir, in the Wayne County Jail, what's your name? Lean in forward, I can't hear you.
Lean forward, just say your name. Carvin Washington.
Mr. Washington. We just did your case, sir. Your case is scheduled for June 28th at 11 o'clock for preliminary examination. You're all set.
What was the outcome of the case?
Your next court date is June 28th at 11 o'clock. We just set a preliminary examination date.
Your Honor, did you need Mr. Bennett Dantzler?
This is Mr. Washington, I thought.
Yes, this is Mr. Washington. I'm just wondering if you need Mr. Bennett Dantzler.
Oh, no, Mr. Dancer, his court date is set for June 26th at 10 o'clock. All three matters, in person for preliminary examination. So we are down to 10 o'clock.
Not yet. So usually what happens is you will send them to the supervisor and then they will send it to me. Okay, so the prosecutor and the lawyer may have it, but the court doesn't have it. So if you do that, you can also CC CT RN 234 at 36 district .org. That way I'll give you also. So right now, the court date is already set for June 28th. So 360 234 0000. So because you contacted me, so it's set for 28th. Okay, thank you. All right.
Jerry did it. You said it for exam.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
Good morning, sir. I'm Officer Scott from Domestic Violence. I got a subpoena for an exam today for Clarence Crowder.
I don't know that.
Doctor.
Clarence Crowder?
Yes, sir.
I don't see a Crowder on my document.
Yep, you got it. You said that?
No one.
Coming step for exam 624. And everything is it was in spring. Down our down by sea. Well, they are doing that. So we are intelligent state. Yeah. Okay.
Same.
Not that's
Yeah. I'll let you, someone should bring. Owens. Just kidding. Are they coming back? So they always mixing up. All right, let me give them a call. No. They're doing the sandwich with Judge King. They forgot to bring Gabriel Tozer. We need him on the double homicide.
What about Krishan Nelson?
Toler, Toler. Talk to me. Oh, so he is, so they coming back with another trip? All right, appreciate it.
They bringing Krishan Nelson.
Nelson is here, they forgot, totally. What's up? Let me know now, Wayne County pull up, they're supposed to be bringing Gabriel Toler. Yeah, all right. So now, how they always doing that? What up?
Hi.
You got no partner today?
Huh?
You got no partner? You got one now. I'm extra today.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard.
Command tomorrow, I was on, he always on point, eh?
In the same situation tomorrow.
Not the first time.
Why you get special?
You talking about? Yeah, you used to be the bully at your job, man. Yeah, going to stay.
Got a four-bagger, but they don't know. A four-bagger. It's been pushed back so many times. You got that many attorneys. They can never get that.
About the judge.
Right. Yeah. What kind of cases? You know, because don't go right up there. I don't pay attention to the schedule anymore. I just don't, because
terrible, man.
It is. What they got next door?
Oh, you know what? I got it. Talking to on the phone. Having some conversations. Just have a generic conversation. Appreciate it. Some of them turn it off. You know, you use them. I have no little taste of it. Stuff down, the last one. You get today? Schedule. Been like that for the last 2-3 years. Show up. I heard one, I think it was Brian, from the lab. Definitely gonna go up there. See it there. You working with the you gotta give it a flow, man. Funny. I could be the. Yeah, Taylor's coming back. Hi, yeah. She used to be. So, you got scrapping every day. I don't know about you. I'm waiting to see this one. It's about to be like a Marvel war. What happened? You got I see you. I turn it the other way, brother. Say good. Mac up here. Everybody good. What's tomorrow, DV? Everything be dismissed. Yeah. That's what. Oh, no, stop doing that, you know, straight. And then they cancel the shift, and then came back. So I started doing this. Then after I lost the job over time, too. Let me start off now. All we do is just, flashes of breath and all that. Oh, that. Second day, you know what I mean? Yes. Yeah. So if I see something, I call them. Most of the time, two calls. So all the rest of the ones up and down over Richmond Boulevard, so. Right. I've been doing that now for almost a year. You want to get on with it, they got to play on this. You ain't doing that. That's what it got. You ain't doing that. Yeah, my partners do it for that's they still at that kind of job? Yeah. How much are they paying? Morning. I'm the prosecutor. We know who you are.
Bill Lawrence. Bill Lawrence. Yep. You're the APA. Yep.
How much they paying?
He gives just as much as you. I was listening to somebody say that.
Start me
That work. Yeah. Oh, no way. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, what was that? That's Sergeant Clever. K-L-E N-N-E-R.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm here. Outside.
Most of the time. 99%.
Oh, K-L-E N-N-E-R.
So very rarely they have business over there right now.
Yeah, I get
yeah.
2 days on Sunday.
2 days.
So
3 days for one survivor.
What's the survivor's name?
The survivor name is Ryan Ryan Kirk. K-I-R-K.
Is the survivor?
Yes.
what is somebody called?
Maybe just 2.
Yeah, the names I think.
So Ryan Kirk is going to be the first one, and I'm not sure which police officer.
Oh, this is that around
Terrell's on the scene. Yeah, so maybe I'll have Terrell.
I'll get this name for you.
Yeah.
So you can get. I see.
No, you rich and everything. You don't even need it.
Okay.
What's your P number?
704. If I want something marked as an exhibit.
Yes, I am.
That's how I brought my exhibits to guys, but.
What number would that be?
The two medical reports, I'll do 1 and 2.
Sure, do you want me to stick to me?
Yeah, sure. Mind if I?
Nope, just whatever. Yeah, I have all the paper, so don't worry. Okay. A couple guys, see if the guy can be here.
It's not a double bag or one. It's 2 different. Good to see stickers.
I have two defendants now, sir.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Investigative report, total here and the gun.
Oh, that's just because that name was on the investigator's report, but that person's not charged.
McClendon isn't,
Correct.
but the other one is.
Randy Garcia.
Black gun shirt. I see his name right here. Did your car go off last night?
Mine did not go out last night. It does from time to time. How about you?
No, mine did, but a friend of mine did. She's a self.
Yeah, like one of our secretaries. Hours out. Okay.
No.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
All right.
I never heard of it.
Yeah.
I just want to see what it is to be a market.
Oh, it's a market. Yeah, I've done that much. Research of the niche, pretty much.
That's something interesting. You start off with just two cars. It don't work out. One was selling.
Yeah, it's not fair, so.
Definitely. Oh, definitely. Yeah, that photo line at the hospital.
What type of insurance would be? Just such a loss.
Yeah, I know, it's so gross.
Now, so I couldn't.
I gotta get some here.
So you gotta get some type of insurance where it requires for a mission, you can file a claim for lost profits. I got my brain on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually when absolutely, I'm gonna take the bill on my copy. I never heard of mine. I know they got. We got that. I've seen that. As far as these are.
Yeah. He does. He got this.
Go ahead.
I'm going to get the contract. Here.
You forgot to bring your pals, so it's a big.
They forgot.
Oh, okay. They probably knew you was a stranger.
Oh, it's a possibility the way things work around the city. Man, I just left some people across the street, like, I gotta go, I gotta be on time. You know, you were late, I gotta go.
We ain't been around here that much lately.
I'm trying to stay out of the way. I am all over the place. I'm getting a lot more cases at Oakland County nowadays for whatever reason. I ain't starving, you shit like that.
You can tell about people.
Tell a piece of
That tells the whole story, man.
This is a lot. A long time.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You gotta double check, make sure she all set. I don't think she all set, man. Check her right there. I don't know what's going on. What up, Forte? Cool, man, came back here. Power down, whatever. All right, all right.
Yeah, sometimes you get that's a small one. I have to carry it around. Yeah. Yeah, probably. The ones like that, this one, 8 years is HP less. But I get that, it's boys or.
I know, singles and bump. I'm trying to get the status on this.
Oh, no, that's, I always have. That keeps my. And then I back it.
You gotta eat that.
You never have enough factors, you gotta
I think
Yes.
it's about 20 minutes out.
You guys have an outlet over there?
Yeah, over here in the corner.
Or you want that one close to it?
No.
Too much like to be. Hey,
Mr. Sinclair.
Yes.
Heads up on one thing, the FIP on the information is for a felon in possession, previously convicted felon in possession now, that I can't find in Odyssey. So I got certified the drug manufacturer and delivery less than 50 grams to 17. And a stolen property receiving concealing from. So I just have to amend that chart of the information from the underlying offense being previous FIP conviction to the underlying offense being previous.
What is this what you're saying? Like, I don't, we got other things to worry about. I'll make that out to that. Thanks for the heads up.
It's even weird they charged on me, because I was like, well, what is it? Why is it on, it's on habitual, so I can't find it in the system. Then when I looked at it on habitual, it says. Well, I guess it's right up conditions, but it says March 20th, 2009.
Sorry, you keep the case over here?
Nope.
This one should
This
sit
is
right.
my swan song.
Got it.
Yes. Yeah.
I bought it, my guy Gabriel told us on Route 28, and it's straight up. Right.
It's going down.
Yeah, so we had it like completely upgraded.
I just need to talk to Mr. Tolman.
Yeah, so they get, he's coming straight up, so he's supposed to be about 15 minutes out. Sinclair.
Hey, Joe, how are you?
Good, we have a prosecutor.
Yeah, he's out in the hallway.
So we ready to rock and roll?
Waiting on Mr. Toller. Like, my understanding is like 15 minutes out.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well.
Take your time. Right. No pressure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. We still have. Oh, really? Recently, yeah. You know, your next one is after Mondays. If I'm not mistaken, it's, on the 22nd. It's two periods. What did you say? The 22nd of February. Oh, not February, I'm sorry, July. Really? That's what it's written down for. Oh, yeah, I got to retain another homicide. That one's July 8th. It's Judge Thomas. David before. Is that resolved? It's medical. Okay. And there's nothing else, it's just that. Yeah, so it's a medical exam. They just got transferred to. Two human beings are, one person dies, the other person says, here's what happened in the medical exam. That's the whole case. I got the transcript today. I started reading it this morning. I did not see it. It's about 5. We didn't have to offer on that. Not off the top of my head, but we have answered these questions. Let's do that. I used to have these cases. Leaders. July 27th. We can get rid of the. I should talk.
But I walked away from it. So, and it was weird. So I didn't go that.
Give yourself like some kind of like.
Yeah, I literally thought about it. Where's the prisoner coming from?
It's supposed to be coming from Division 1. It was some type of mix up of the county. Yes, sir.
Okay. I thought about it because a part of the business is lots and lots of time. Just wait.
Somebody would make money after that.
Question. It might be for me, but it might be counterproductive. So I would have to try for the service, but then they would have to get something. I can't pay everything because I can do it, you know?
Just wait outside the building. Like basically like a non-stop taxi cab or something.
Yeah.
I thought about that. I've always thought about that. So much money outside the camper.
Because everybody's always starting. It's always so much.
I don't know if we could through what having like we have like guilty dogs and not guilty dogs. So that whatever families are there for not guilty, you can die about the not guilty dog, and whatever families are there for guilty, you can die about the guilty dog.
I think it's a brilliant advertising strategy.
And then I thought about when I was at a Toys R Us, I was doing a business. So they were kind of like there, so stuff in the store, the shelves. So they had lockers, like a big series of lockers that people, the employees use, and they were selling the whole dog locker system. And I was like, yeah, Frankfurt, lock up phones. Yeah. No, I told Sam, the guy who runs the shop there. See cushions. Did you understand those benches were cool benches?
I think the cushions chair are hard to see. I'd be very proud of it. Yeah. Those shits.
Just like cushions for like $1 a day. If you had 50 people do that, the revenue stream every single day. And there's no, and people say like, I mean, okay, so certain number of people out the door.
Yeah. You charge them that it doesn't matter, or in the insurance policy. Or writing off the tax.
Yeah.
The lock is speaking for like super.
Yeah. I don't know, you remember how long those hot dog lines were outside? Remember where the vendors were that had.
And I'm sure they were charging like $17 per.
Last something days. 1 year, which was sounded really cheesy. I asked Sam downstairs at the store, where they're charging $10 for that. That'd be reasonable. Everybody's like, no, that's not reasonable. Well, in this mind, you might be
contract. Pay for that, and what the rent costs are, costs. Sorry. And quite honestly, bottom line is that. So that's how that's the character. The defendant's position is honest. That's a nice $10. Yeah, I don't like it.
Shoot, because it was after. COVID. It was after COVID.
Really? I hate it.
Yeah, I think it was 22.
Doubt, the doubt mindset, you can't count on it. Oh, yeah. You have to sit there and think. Kind of like open statements. I like oh, yeah.
Not the way that I approach
yeah,
because I'm not going to right now.
Yeah. I guess you can get up and just kind of say that. Nothing that was just said that we are really kind of anything.
I usually say, but listen carefully, listen closely, and I'll be back.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to do it. You have to worry about your backlash. You said,
yeah,
that doesn't.
And we're like, our position is false confession. Here's the real based on circumstantial evidence. Or did you
To your staff, related.
No.
I wasn't there.
I don't.
That's not.
Yeah. Yeah, but Brian certainly not taking it. Like, I don't understand. Yeah.
No signature, just keep forward. Can you get a status on this, total?
Yeah.
I ordered him out, it's a guy, I ordered him out of the hour.
Yeah.
Told us TOL. So he's still there? They told me he was on the way. TC, you told me that he was on the way. Yeah, he's still there.
Oh, so that one was me or whatever.
Good job. All right. Assistant Lieutenant.
came out of nowhere.
Hey, this single, you call me back again. What happened? So he's still not here.
Sometimes you guys, you know that.
So he's still there. He's not on the way here. Yeah, we're looking for an hour now. All right, I'll let the judge know.
Let's say first time, first time.
Judge, yes, it's gonna be a delay. They forgot to bring him and they transported juvenile, so he's still over at the old jail.
How long is the delay time?
30, 45 minutes. Wayne County Court. Lieutenant, quick question. Is there any way possible? Okay, I'm gonna get him. All right, thanks.
I think that's really helpful for us.
Just a quick question. Is anyone possible supervision was told that after you across the street?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, what is the offer to go to the loan doc? All right, well.
General Brian's next. And right now, I mean, prior to the journey, I prepared this. That's terrible. I mean, yes. Life is not a state, it's gonna have to do it. First. Is there a certain way to bring them in?
When you get here, you know where our loan doc is at?
Yeah.
Go up to the loan doc and just. I'll take it from there once you get here.
Perfect. That's what I'm talking about. We're not leaving now. She used to cross the street.
Right street across the street, so wait the house. Have a wash sheet across the street. Couple officers. That's what I'm getting.
Man, you're good. I mean, it's practical. Yeah. Perfect. They just sit me out with you, like, hey, come on, let's go.
We won't have an exam, they will.
Yeah, how about the rest week? Assisting a few.
Bring them back with the marshals, brother.
Maybe about the hand lead.
There was a, for different, let me take a look at that. Yeah, you know, it's just the entire thing. Probably gonna have I'm not sure that was my car. Yeah, yeah, I mean. Yeah. Your office just got. Yeah. So that's that. Absolutely. And then you saw this stuff. So. Sure. And one charge was.
You know.
Like that.
Yeah, she's a doctor. Yes. She's like, she's already reached peak, but she's just dropping down.
Uh-oh.
Pretty much.
Sorry.
You have access to the, workout room. That's right.
My normal way of doing it.
Right.
He's a defense attorney.
No, I was just. Yeah, my bad. Boss lady, her shaking head.
Usually responsible to people.
I haven't been over there. I've been over there when I first started. You showed up. I never got access to it. So I thought I had.
This is why.
I be too tired when I get on work.
Right, yeah.
Doing anything, so.
They're just like. Right.
Yeah.
Right, every time.
Yeah, you know, there's now these car replaces. Does that mean they know these car?
They don't care if they're.
Do you research on it, man?
It's just, the system doesn't work, unfortunately.
I don't think some accidents.
Misinformation.
Otherwise, I just.
I got a Mark IV.
After I work with you guys. Then it becomes, yeah. Judge King, can I introduce you for a second, just to an intern of ours, if you've not met her, Lauren?
Hi, intern Lauren. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So tell me, where are you in your academic career?
I'm a writer at WB College of Law.
West Virginia.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome.
She was
Originally from
recruited out of-
Detroit?
I'm sorry?
Are you originally from Detroit?
I'm not, I'm from Torrance, California.
So what brings you to Detroit?
I have a background in forensic science, I have a doctorate, so I want to be able to use my doctorate and my JD eventually.
Why did you choose Detroit?
There's very few cities that actually have a lot of forensic evidence involved in cases, and Detroit is one of them. So.
Okay, well, I think you made a wise decision. Never a dull moment around here.
Yeah, she was recruited, we went to a recruiting convention in Washington, DC, where the IAPs in our office came across her, was like, we'd love to have you come here.
Oh, congratulations, that's awesome. That was the second best job I've ever had in Wayne County Prosecutor's Office.
Yeah.
I think it's obvious what my favorite, my best job is. That was by far my second best job.
What was your last year in the prosecutor's office?
2004.
2000, okay, so, and I started as a intern in 2004, so.
You just made me feel old, that's all.
No, not at all, but Jeff King spent a lot of time doing this right here.
Welcome, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. Okay. I got your message. I got your message about that. So I'll call you down there. Okay. You don't have a jacket. Stop their jobs. I'll find out. I'll take
This is his case.
You resign? We're just waiting.
Oh, yeah.
in the case, my man's not showing, so. They are. And then they post that we were on vacation. He was already, yeah, so. All I had to do was go prepare from there to here.
So we have him now?
They wouldn't really, well, he was already loaded into a van, Your Honor. Prior to us getting there, as we were pulling in, I believe they loaded them into the van in front of us.
Okay.
And then when I went inside, they said that they wouldn't have released him to me anyways. Because we would have needed done a writ and all that stuff. Yeah, which I didn't fully understand. They were typical Wayne County stuff. He should be on the way, if not already here.
I was gonna drop the ball on that one.
Yeah,
They said they needed a writ. I guess she told me, the lieutenant said, it's fine, come on, come pick them up.
right. Yeah, then I got inside and the lady so that I needed a writ.
I was shocked. Okay.
Yeah, I talked to the lieutenant. Come on.
I thought that was weird. I'm like, I don't put you down.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, man,
Yeah, oh, that's usually.
anytime they change Kentucky like that, they really, especially not for that stuff. When we went, he was going over there, that's what they need. Talking to him, this stuff like that. Wow.
Let it go from the top all the way down, right, so you know, okay.
Piece of paper, with a bunch of names.
Yeah, exactly. You still need to talk to him?
Yes, sir. It's a piece of paper that you close for in the middle of the night. And you ask for the deacon to have it, just give it to execute.
I'm excited, but we always had an issue here. I call him, okay.
Before was you and I. I watched you go over there, picking up certain issues.
Okay, yeah.
So,
Gabriel Toller.
waiting for counsel, Judge.
Oh, where you go?
To the restaurant. And he's asking for 5 minutes to talk to his client.
Calling case 2457246, people of the state of Michigan versus Gabriel, Keyshawn Dewan Top. Defendant is charged with count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 3 assault with intent to murder. Count 4 weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 5 weapon, felony, firearms, second offense notice. Count 6 weapons, felony, firearms, second offense notice. Count 7 and 8 weapons, felony, firearms, second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense, notice appearance for the record.
Good morning, Judge William Lawrence, P70481.
Hey, good morning, Judge. I'm Christopher Sinclair, P80512, here with on behalf of Mr. Toller, whose president's name is not.
Tell me your name, Mr. Toller.
Good morning, Gabriel Toller here.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Today's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
We are, Judge.
How many witnesses?
I anticipate 2 or 3.
Do you have any preliminary matters before you call witnesses?
Judge, I have marked as exhibits 1 and 2, the 2 medical examiner reports in this case. Exhibit 1 is for Mary Hernandez, and exhibit 2 is for Holly Stoops. We first of all move for their admission for exam purposes.
Any objection?
After exam purposes,
admit it.
Thank you, Judge. Just very briefly for the record, the autopsy on Mary Hernandez, exhibit 1, shows the cause of death, a gunshot wound to the head, and the manner of death, homicide. And then exhibit 2, the autopsy of the person identified as Holly Stoops, shows a cause of death of multiple gunshot wounds, three total. And the manner of death is homicide as well. So that's exhibit 1 and 2. The other preliminary matter, Judge, is I have marked as exhibit 3 a register of actions that's been sealed from the Third Circuit Court for a prior conviction for Mr. Fuller. This prior conviction is for controlled substance delivery manufacturing less than 50 grams. The conviction is from July 14th, 2017. The court will note on the information count 4 felon in possession. The underlying charge that's listed on that is for a previous felon in possession conviction from 2009. I couldn't find that in Odyssey, so I'm going to ask this court to allow us to amend count 4, the felon in possession count, from having the underlying offense being the previous felon in possession conviction and instead being the 2017 controlled substance conviction.
All right.
That's exhibit 3.
court rules allow for the rules of evidence, allow for the admission of certified records. Now, has no objection to amend the complaint to reflect what Mr. Morris is saying.
All right, so the court will make that amendment.
Thank you, Judge. And our first witness is Brian, B-R-Y-A-N, Kirk, K-I-R-K.
You know what? We also have a stipulation to the identities of the deceased victims.
Yeah, I did that through the medical examiner as well.
All right.
They're asking for just seat frustration. I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen out there, I don't think there are any witnesses in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm going to log off at this time.
Yes, please.
Sir, please step forward. Do you have his name?
Yes.
Sir, please step forward. Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone. It'll be to your left once you have a seat. Okay, pull that down to your mouth so you can speak directly into our voice. You may begin when you're ready.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Brian Kirk.
And Mr. Kirk, I'm going to ask you first about a location, 3875 33rd Street in Detroit, Michigan. Are you familiar with that house?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell Judge King how you're familiar with that house?
That's where I was living at the time.
And that's in the city of Detroit? Was anybody living there with you?
My girlfriend.
And what was her name?
Mary Hernandez.
And was this house, how would you describe this house?
Abandoned.
And was there any electricity or plumbing that was working in the house?
No.
And would other people be at this house besides you and Mary from time to time?
For the most part, it's just me and her.
So you've mentioned Mary Hernandez. Do you know somebody named Holly Stoops?
Yes.
Who's Holly Stoops?
She was just a friend.
A friend of whose?
Mine and Mary's.
And would she be at the house from time to time?
Yes.
And I want to specifically ask you about the early afternoon of May 5th, 2024. Were you at that house on 33rd Street at that time? And was Mary Hernandez there as well?
Yes.
And what about Holly Stoops?
Yes.
3 of you. Was there anyone else there at that time?
Defendant Gabriel.
Before he got there, was it just the 3 of you in the house?
Yes.
And what were you doing that afternoon?
We were waiting on drugs.
And what kind of drugs?
Heroin, crack.
And is that at this house on 33rd Street, would you and Mary and sometimes other people do those drugs at that house?
Yes.
So at approximately 1:55 in the PM, do you see another individual?
Objection.
Well, you mentioned a 4th person a moment ago.
Yes.
Who was that 4th person?
We do them as a flag.
Objection to the use of weed.
Just tell us what you know in that section.
I know him as black.
And
The Black Foundation, based on information I have.
Overruled. Take a seat.
all right, and that 4th person, did that person come into the house?
Yes.
And that's the person that you're referring to as Black?
Yes.
Did you know Black?
Not personally, no.
But had you seen him before?
Yes.
Tell the judge, how had you seen him before?
I had just seen him driving by
How did you know his name was Black?
from other people on the street.
And is that what you would call him if you were to run across him? Is that the
I
name you would use?
never spoke to a person.
How about Mary, your girlfriend? Did you know if she knew him?
No.
You don't know if she knew him?
No, she didn't ever call or talk to
Objection
him.
to the foundation.
Sustained. She can't testify. She can't testify to what someone else knows.
Do you see Black in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
I will continue my objection to foundation. Because the testimony was that this witness didn't know who Black was personally.
No, he said he didn't know him personally, doesn't mean that he doesn't know who he was. From this, what I gathered from this testimony, he said that he's seen him before, but he never spoke to him. But he knows him to be Black. That's the name that he knows him Black.
The basis of the connection between the person that's sitting next to me and Black hearsay, and that would be a foundational objection. Because we don't.
What's the out-of-state court statement that's offering this hearsay?
The out-of-state court statement would be that's Black. Because we don't have
identification overruled.
Because we don't have, can I finish placing a statement on the record? Because we don't have any information in this record as to how this witness will know who the person is that's sitting next to me and how they associate Black with it. So that's
We'll
why
have an opportunity to explore all of that during cross-examination. And this not go as, and this ability goes as to what way I should get this witness's testimony.
The rest of the sentences, that's what creates the foundational issue, because we don't have any basis of that.
For the 3rd time, overruled. May proceed.
You're welcome, and thank you for letting me get my statement out after the 4th try.
All right, Mr. Kirk, what happened when Black entered the house?
He started to argue with Mary, and then he started to hit her in the face with a pistol.
And can you describe that pistol? Like what color was it?
It was just black.
And what did you do? Did you see him hitting her in the face with that pistol? What did you do next?
I ran towards him to stop him,
And what happens next?
and then I was shot.
And how many times were you shot?
So,
And where were you shot?
once in the head, right here, once in the throat, and then once in the leg.
Okay. And for the record, the witness initially pointed to his left temple
indicating that was one of the gunshot wounds. And can you maybe turn your head to the judge and just point to what you're specifically referring to?
Just below the temple, indicating that it went just above the left ear through, came out the right side of the lower jaw.
And then gunshot wound number 2 entered where?
Indicating for the record, the witness is pointing to the right portion of the front of his neck and indicating that it came out the back of his neck, right between the shoulders.
And then gunshot wound number 3 was where, Mr. Kirk?
My left thigh.
Your left thigh? Okay.
Left thigh.
Did other individuals inside the house get shot as well?
Yes.
And who were both women?
Yes.
Mary and Holly? Did you, what happens after, do you see what happens with Black, first of all, after the shooting?
After he shot me or after he shot them?
After he shot all of you.
Let me ask this, who was shot first? You were shot first? Do you know who was shot next? Mary, and then Holly?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you see where Black went next?
He ran out of the house.
So you've been shot 3 times. What's the next thing that happens to you?
My adrenaline starts pumping, I run outside, I'm trying to get help.
Did people from the neighborhood come to the scene?
Objection.
Did all right? Did police arrive on the scene?
Yes.
Did an ambulance arrive on the scene?
Yes.
Did you get taken somewhere?
Yes.
Where did you get taken?
I'm sorry.
I believe you said Henry Ford Hospital.
Henry Ford.
And did obviously you were treated for your gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Did there come a point in time when you had police officers come and visit you at the hospital?
Yes.
Was one of those officers Sergeant Clinner, who's in the courtroom here next to me?
Yes.
Did they speak with you?
Yes.
What condition were you in when they spoke with you?
Hurt.
Did you were you hooked up to machines and IVs and
Objection.
This is kind of refers.
what kind of medical treatment were you getting at that time, if you know? But you did speak with them?
Yes.
And do you recall being shown a series of photographs?
Yes.
And did you pick out one of those photographs and tell them that this was the shooter?
Yes.
Judge, I've marked the photographs as People's Exhibit number 4. May I approach the witness?
Amen.
Mr. Kirk, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 4, which is 6 separate pages, 1 photograph on each page. Can you look at those and let us know which photo you picked out? Okay. Photo number 3, okay. And those are the photos that you were showing, that's the photo you picked out?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
Only objection I note for the record is that those pictures are black and white, and I don't believe that he was showing black and white pictures, and I think it'll make a difference as to whether he was showing colorized photographs or black and white photographs.
Response?
I don't know, is he showing color photos? Yeah, he was showing, the originals were color. This is a black and white copy.
You may have the original, but I still think that this is capable of being.
Well, if you have it, though, let's just make it nice and neat.
Right, and Mr. Kirk, following the time at the hospital where you spoke with officers, did you have a second meeting with police officers where you spoke with them about the circumstances of this case?
Yeah.
And have you recovered from your 3 gunshot wounds at this point in time?
Yeah.
All right. You testified earlier that did you say that he said something to Mary?
Yeah.
Did you hear what he specifically said?
He said that, this is my aunt's house, you guys need to get the fuck out right now.
And then it was after that that the shooting occurred?
Well, he started hitting her first.
Then you came in?
Yeah.
And then that's when the shooting happened? All right, I've got the color photos. So I'll substitute, if I may judge, the same, or it's exhibit 4, except for it's color pictures instead of black and white copies.
All right.
All right. Mr. Kirk, have you take a look at these? Are those the 6 photos that you were shown?
Yes.
And did you pick out somebody, one of those photos as the person who was black, the shooter?
Yes.
And what number was that?
Number 3.
I believe the court hasn't already admitted these. I would ask that the court admit exhibit 4.
Any objection? Admitted.
Okay, Mr. Kirk, I don't have any further questions for you, but there'll be some on cross-examination, okay? Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Kirk. How are you? Good. So you said you were living at the address on 33rd Street, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You know who the owner of that property was?
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
I do not.
Okay, did you have permission to be there?
No.
How long had you been staying in that property?
Roughly 2 years.
Okay, and you said, I wasn't clear, you said, did Mary live there with you and Holly would visit, or did you, Mary, and Holly live there together?
Me and Mary lived there, Holly just was there from time to time.
Okay, and what was the condition of this property?
Terrible.
Okay, and when you say terrible, what does that mean?
No plumbing, no electricity, no locked doors.
Okay, structurally, what condition was the house in?
That.
Okay, are the floors stable and solid?
No.
What about the roof?
Yes.
Are there any windows in the house?
They were boarded.
Okay, all of the windows were boarded?
All of them.
Okay, which one was not boarded?
What is that?
Okay. I'm gonna jump around just a little bit. You were shown a lineup in the hospital, is that fair to say?
Yes.
How many lineups were you shown?
Just the one.
Okay, do you know of the existence of another lineup?
No.
Okay, when you were shown, here in court today, you were shown the same set of pictures that were color pictures versus black and white, right? Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you were shown when you were in the hospital?
Yes.
And how were those photographs shown to you while you were in the hospital?
Same one.
Were they shown to you individually?
Yes.
Was there like a blank sheet of paper that was shown to you in between the photos? Okay, so they were shown to you one picture right after the other?
Yes.
Okay, with no blank papers in between, right? Okay, prior to the officers being present at the hospital to show you the photo lineup, had you had an opportunity to describe to any officer the person that you saw at 3875 33rd Street? You had provided no description whatsoever. So the photos that you saw, you were seeing them for the first time, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you wouldn't be able to say whether those, whether the individual shown in those photos fit the description of any information that you gave to officers, is that fair to say? Okay. So if you recall, you got to the, you were obviously in the hospital, were you under the influence of any type of medication?
I don't.
Okay, did you have an IV at all?
Yes.
Did you have like tubes in your face or body at all?
No.
No tubes? Okay, do you know if any kind of medication was put in the IV at all?
I don't.
Okay, would it be, would you say that you had all of your faculties at the time that the officer spoke with you?
Yes.
Okay, so you were thinking clearly, you're saying? Okay, and you are under the, when is the last, prior to being in the hospital, when was the last time that you used any sort of drug?
Prior to being in the hospital.
Speaking to the microphone, please.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, prior to your presence in the hospital, on May 5th, when was the last time that you used any type of drugs?
Earlier that day.
Okay, and what's your drug of choice?
Heroin.
And so is it fair to say that you were under the influence of heroin when you communicated with the officers? How much heroin did you use earlier that day?
We had a huge earlier that, it was like way earlier that day.
When you say way earlier, what do you mean?
Around 8 a.m.
Okay, and this happened around,
6 a.m.
okay, so fair to say 6 hours had passed?
Yes.
How much heroin would you say you had used? I mean, you used earlier that
Another
day? And as far as weight, like how much weight would you say?
bag. 0.01
And how would you have gotten that into your body?
injection.
And where do you inject?
In my heart.
1 second, please. So how did you get the information that, without telling me what anybody said or anybody told you, how did you get the information that the individual that was at the house was known as Black?
Because I had seen them sell other people drugs.
Okay, at that location?
No.
Okay. So you had seen him doing certain things, but how did you get the information of what his name was?
People who bought drugs from me would tell me.
Okay. 1 second. All right, so you said, once the individual arrived at the location, you said there was an argument with Mary, right?
Yeah.
And Mary's the girlfriend, right? Was anything said beyond, this is not your house, you don't belong here? Okay, but you agree that it wasn't your house, right? Okay, and he was addressing Mary and not you? Okay.
What he said, y'all get the fuck out.
Because none of you all have permission to be there, is that fair to say? Because there's no lease agreement, no rental agreement, or any type of understanding that you were allowed to be there, right? Okay, did Mary have a response when the individual that appeared at the house said, get out?
He said that we had been saying that for already 2 years.
Okay, so her response to the statement that she wasn't supposed to be there, that she had been there for 2.5 years, even though she wasn't supposed to be there for 2.5 years?
And that's when he started hitting.
So that's a yes or no to my question, then we'll move forward.
Yeah.
And then was there any other dialogue after that?
No.
Would you say that was a disagreement, would you say?
Yeah.
Would you say it was an argument?
No.
Okay, would you say that that the person who arrived at the location was angry?
Yeah.
Would you say that Mary was angry?
No.
So what was the person doing, what was Holly doing during the time that this argument was happening?
Sitting on a crate.
Okay, and what were you doing at the time when this dialogue was initiated?
Sitting on a crate.
Okay, what did either Mary or Holly have in their hands at during the time that this individual was present?
I don't know.
You recall there being knives in their hands?
No.
Do you recall there being knives on the floor of the property?
No.
So if there's photographs that show knives in their hands, would that be news to you?
Yeah.
Okay, when you approach the person that came to that property, what was your demeanor?
From January.
So when I say demeanor, I mean like, angry, upset, aggressive, relaxed, calm. I'm sorry? Okay, and how did that, if a person was looking at you, like from the outside looking in, how would they describe what they saw? As you were.
Start that over. You asking him to describe what someone else saw?
I can rephrase it. Okay. So you said you were scared when you approached, the person that came to the property, right? Okay, and what does scared look like for you?
I didn't want to do it because I see a pistol.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
I did not want to do it because I seen the pistol.
Okay, were you moving quickly or slowly?
Quickly.
Were you saying anything?
No.
Is it fair to say that you were rushing toward the person that was there?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that you were approaching in an aggressive way?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that if you were rushing toward that person, they may have felt threatened by the way that you were approaching them?
You can't testify to how they do.
I think you can testify as to what a reasonable person would,
Testify to this.
I would rephrase. So if someone, just follow this question, if someone were to approach you the way that you approached the person that was there, how would you feel? Would you feel that that it was a friendly interaction?
I was already aggressive now.
So no, you would not feel that it was a friendly interaction, fair? Okay, would you feel like that person was approaching you in a threatening manner?
Yes.
Okay. One second. Okay, just one or two more questions on that. What would you say was the, never mind, I'll go to something different. Let's go back to when you were at the hospital, right? Two officers came to talk to you, right?
Yes.
But you didn't have the name of the person that was present at the house on 33rd Street. Is that fair to say?
Repeat the question.
You didn't have the name of the person that was present at the 33rd Street location, right?
What person are you talking about?
The person that arrived at the 33rd Street location that challenged, like, why they were there, why the witness, Mary Holly, was present. So you need me to repeat my question? Yeah. So at the time that the officers came to the hospital to talk to you, you didn't have the name of the person that arrived at the 33rd Street location. Is that fair to say? I'm sorry, you got to speak up just a little.
Just the names, but okay, the only name I have.
All right, so you didn't have any government name, right? Quote unquote. So any use of a government name, that's a name that you were given. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So is it fair? I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm just hot. I'm okay. I'm just.
If you want.
Okay, cool. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Yeah.
Sharp those nice fingers.
Oh yeah, this is a good compliment. And thank you for that, luxury, Judge. So you're at the hospital, you didn't have like any type of like government name or anything like that, right?
No.
So any reference to the person that you saw at the 33rd Street location by government name would be based on information that you were given. Is that fair to say? Yeah. So when the officers arrived at the hospital, is it fair to say that you referred to the person as that nigger? No. So if I showed you a video, you would be able to hear what you said, right?
Yes.
And if I showed you that video, would you stick by the fact that you didn't say that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. 1 second. At any point in time, did you see an interview with Beverly Kirk?
Repeat the question.
At any time were you present during an interview with officers of Beverly Kirk?
Yes.
And who was that person to you?
My mother.
Okay, and I'm assuming your mother was present with you during the time that you were at the hospital?
Yes.
Was she present when you initially woke up at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Okay, and you had a conversation with your mother, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and did your mother relay that conversation or the content of that conversation to police, if you know?
No.
Okay. Do you know if Ms. Kirk spoke with police at all on the day that the police came to you?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know if Ms. Kirk spoke with police on any other day?
I don't.
Okay. You remember what time it was when the police came to the hospital?
I don't.
Okay, 1 second, please. And Judge asked you questions about like the sequence of people who were shot. Would you, and you say you believe, I think you said you believe that Mary was shot second. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So would you just be guessing as to who was shot second?
No.
So you know for sure the sequence of individuals who were shot?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me that sequence one more time, please.
It was me, then Mary, then I was.
1 second. All right, no further questions.
Can you redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
Sir, you indicate that you were in this, for all intended purposes, abandoned house, living there for about 2 years, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And it was you, Mary, and Holly, correct?
Yeah, there, just me and Mary.
Just being there on
Every
this
day.
particular day?
Every day, it was me and Mary, that day, and we talked.
Okay. And on this day that this incident happened, you said that you were waiting to buy some heroin?
Yeah.
Some crack?
Yeah.
And who are you buying that heroin and crack from? It's my name, Bo. Okay, so the defendant, who you identified here in court and referred to him as being black, he shows up, right? Had you ever bought drugs from him before?
No.
Were you expecting him?
No.
So he shows up, how did he get in? So he just walked in?
Yeah. Yeah, Mary was standing right at the door.
And then he proceeds to tell Mary that she didn't belong there. This was his aunt's house. And then he hit her with the gun. And then that's when you came.
He struck her multiple times.
Struck her multiple times, and then you came to her aid. And when you came to her aid, that's when you were shot. You were shot multiple times. And Mary was shot next. What was Mary doing at the time that you were trying to stop him from hitting Mary with the gun?
Once I came there, she got behind me, and it was me and you at the door. And she was with us.
Okay. So he shot you 3 times. You know how many times he shot Mary? And what was Holly doing at the time that you were being shot and Mary was being shot?
She was trying to hide as well.
She was trying to hide? Where was she hiding?
I mean, there wasn't really nowhere to hide because there was no walls behind her. And she was trying to be around this room.
And did you see her get shot? Didn't see her get shot. How do you know she was shot? You heard? You heard?
Because I started to pass out, and then my brother came back, I struggled back up, and I was right there, I see that she was there.
Any questions based on my questions?
No.
No.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Our next witness judge is Detective Trooper Beatrice Terrell. I think it's fine.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box. Maybe when you're ready.
All right, thank you. Detective Trooper, could you please state your name for the record?
Beatrice Terrell.
And Detective Terrell, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Michigan State Police.
How long have you been with MSP?
6 years.
And did you have an opportunity to participate in an investigation of a homicide scene located at 3875 33rd Street in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And did you respond to that scene as well?
Yes.
And how many deceased individuals were at that scene?
2 females.
And was there another individual who was not deceased but who had been shot?
Yes.
And was that a male or a female?
A male.
And was this scene secured and additional police investigators and so forth, did they arrive at the scene?
Yes.
Did EMS arrive at the scene? Do you know?
I believe so, yes.
And do you know if also the medical examiner's office arrived at the scene?
They did.
Okay. As part of this investigation, did you also have an opportunity to go to the hospital to participate in an interview with the male who had been shot from the scene?
Yes.
And when you went to the hospital, can you tell the court what kind of condition was he in?
Well, he was in the hospital bed. I believe he was on the ICU floor. He had his hands had mittens on them, so he couldn't pull on anything. He had an NG tube down his nose. He was pretty in and out of it, medicated.
Were you able to speak with him?
Yes.
And this interview, by the way, was this recorded on your body camera?
Yes.
Okay. And did you prepare and show this witness, Mr. Brian Kurt, a series of photographs, a photo lineup?
Yes, I showed him a series of photo lineup.
Okay. If I can approach the witness judge. This has been admitted as Exhibit 4. With those, which is 6 pages of photograph on each page, if you could look at those, were those the photographs that was shown to Mr. Kurt?
Yes.
Okay. And is there, what is an eyewitness identification form?
It's a form of review instructions to the witness about the photographs that we're going to show them and whether or not things will be different from their recollection, hair, facial hair, anything like that.
And is this something that you fill out?
Yes.
Okay. And when a witness picks out one of the pictures, where do you record that on the eyewitness identification form?
I believe it's towards the bottom.
And do you recall, was there an eyewitness identification form that you used in this case?
Yes.
And do you recall which photograph the witness, Mr. Kurt, chose?
Number 3.
Okay. And are you aware of the name and date of birth of every single one of the 6 people that are represented in that photo lineup?
At the time, yes.
but the witness is not aware.
Correct.
And who was, do you recall the name of who is in photograph number 3?
His last name is Toller.
And if you were to see your paperwork associated with this, would you be able to give his full name?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
So the full name of person number 3.
Gabriel Keyshawn Dewan Toller.
All right, and that was the photograph that was picked out by Mr. Kirk?
Yes.
Did he pick out any other photographs or just that one?
Just that one.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Detective Terrell. I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross-examine.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
How are you?
Yeah.
How many lineups were generated as it relates to your investigation in this case?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
How many lineups were generated as related to your investigation in this case?
I'm not sure. I know there's one, because I showed it, but I'm not sure if anyone, another one was generated.
Okay, if I showed you another lineup, would you be able to tell me if you generated that or not?
Yeah, I couldn't hear the end of that question.
Okay, if I showed you another lineup, would you be able to tell me whether you generated this lineup or not?
If I made the lineup?
If I showed you another lineup, another set of 6 pictures and a list of like the names and dates of birth of the individuals reflected in the pictures, would you be able to tell me if you generated that lineup or not?
I don't make the lineups.
So is that a yes or a no?
I don't make the lineups.
So is that a yes? Or is it really kind of a yes or no question? So is that a no?
I don't generate lineups. I just present them and show them.
Okay. If I showed you 6 pictures that have been aggregated as a lineup and a list of names and birthdays, would you be able to tell me if that lineup was presented to you or not?
Yes.
Okay, can I approach you with the
You may.
No, that's fine.
You can speak up.
Gotcha. All right. So do you recognize what I showed you?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It's a photo lineup.
Yeah. Did you ever use that photo lineup?
No.
Okay. Do you know why that lineup was generated?
It was requested.
By whom?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So when you say it was requested, are you just saying that that's generally why a photo lineup is generated? Is that fair to say?
Because one of us requested.
I'm sorry?
Because one of us requested the lineup.
Okay. Do you know who requested the lineup that I just showed you?
No.
Okay. Would you agree that the photographs are in a different sequence than the 6-pack lineup that you were shown by Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if anything was ever done with that second lineup that I showed you?
No.
Okay. Were you the officer who presented Mr. Kirk with the 6-pack at the hospital?
Yes.
And what was your process for doing that? How did you carry that out?
Each photo is placed in a vanilla folder, a single photo. There's 6 pictures or 6 papers with pictures on it, and the last 2 are blank. And I read instructions.
So you present 6 pictures and you said the last 2 folders have a blank piece of paper in it?
Yes.
So you don't alternate between pictures with like the blank sheets of paper?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You don't alternate between pictures to blank sheets of paper?
I'm not understanding your question.
So do you show a picture, then you show a blank, then another picture, then a
No.
blank?
So all 6 pictures with all papers with photos are 1 through 6, and the last 2 folders shown have blank papers in
Okay. Is that your MSP procedure?
it. It could be DPD or MSP. We go between our policies.
Okay, so is it?
It's practice, yes.
Okay, it's practice, but you know what the actual like procedure is for either MSP or DPD as it relates to showing pictures in a lineup?
Yes, you add the 2 blanks at the end. So you read the instructions, whether it's in Michigan State Police or Detroit Police Department. You read either instruction. for either department. You place the individual pictures in individual folders. You show the folder, each picture or all the papers that are in the folders individually. Remove the one photo that's in front of that person, give them another picture to look at, and continue the process. If they pick a person, whether it's 1 through 6 or whatever, you continue to show the photos. Even if they don't pick one, you continue to go through all photos.
Okay. What's the purpose of the blank sheets at the end of the photo lineup?
It's just for a person to not feel like they're being pressured to pick any of the other photos at the beginning.
Okay. I believe Mr. Lawrence approached you with something called an ID sheet or ID certification form or something like that.
Yes.
Yes. And does that form require a signature?
Yes.
Did Mr. Kirk sign that form?
He did not.
Okay. You also mentioned, you said an NG2, if I'm not mistaken, on your direct examination.
Yes.
What's an NG2?
It's a tube that goes down a person's nose that sucks out like the nasty looking stuff inside their body.
Okay. And you said it was medicated?
Yes.
Do you know what medication he was on?
No.
Okay. Is it a part of your like normal process or procedure to ascertain like what medication the person is taking before you like go into interview a person?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. So what made you not do it in this situation?
We were talking to his mom and talking to him, and the nurse was kind of not available, so we couldn't get everything that we needed prior to as far as like specific medication.
Okay. Was the mom able to tell you any of the medication that if she knew any medication that had been given to Mr. Kirk at the hospital?
I did not ask.
You get a statement from mom?
Yes.
What time, if you recall, was that statement?
What time? It was prior to speaking to him.
Do you know how long before?
Maybe like 5 minutes before, I'm not sure.
Prior to showing Mr. Kirk the lineup, were you able to get a description of the person that he says he saw at the 33rd Street location?
Kind of.
When you say kind of, and I'm talking about, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you were about to answer my question, but were you able to get a physical description? I don't know if I asked you that, but that's my question.
A physical description?
Yes.
Other than like gender or color, that was about it.
Okay. So what did you use as the basis of selecting the pictures that you used for the lineup?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What did you use as the basis of the criteria to select the pictures that were used in the photo lineup that was shown to Mr. Kirk?
I'm not understanding.
So when you select pictures for a photo lineup, or when photos are selected for a photo lineup, they're supposed to be based on a description of the person that is described as a person that committed a crime. Is that fair to say?
So I think she already said that she does not assemble, she just presents.
Yes, sir. So what I'm getting at now is like, I asked if she had a description, and if my question wasn't clear, I'll rephrase it. I'm trying to get at if she knows or has knowledge of the criteria that was used. If she said,
We can ask that question.
Okay.
That was pretty plain and succinct.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to get simple here. All right, so do you know of the criteria that was used to generate the pictures that were used in the photo line?
The criteria?
Is there any particular characteristics like bald head, heavy set, slender build, anything like that?
Sometimes we have a
In
description.
this particular case,
In this case,
are you aware of it?
no.
Is it fair to say that you brought the photo lineup with you when you went to see Mr. Kirk in the hospital?
Yes.
Do you know what time you were at the hospital to interview Mr. Kirk?
Sometime in the afternoon, maybe around 1 o'clock.
Okay, and you said that was like 5 minutes after you had spoken with Ms. Kirk?
Yeah, I don't know how much time actually passed between, that's just the estimate.
Okay. If the statement said that from Ms. Kirk said it was at 1:15, that refresh your recollection at all?
If I'm sorry, say that again.
Yeah, if the statement said that the statement was taken at 1:15 in the afternoon, would that refresh your recollection at all?
Yes.
All right. And you don't have a reason to dispute that, right?
I'm not looking at the paper, so I could dispute because I can't physically see what it says. I'm just going off what you're saying.
Right, you wouldn't have a reason to dispute that the statement was taken from Ms. Kirk at 1:15 p.m. Is that fair to say?
If I could see the paper.
All right, give me one second, I'll find it. Got it. Actual statement. But if you want to stipulate to that the statement was taken 10 minutes before the line of duty.
Immediately following the statement, the photo lineup was done on May 9th, 2024 at 1:38 p.m.
All right, thank you so much. You were at the hospital with a partner, is that fair to say?
Yes.
As Detective Claire?
Yes.
Did any other officers arrive after you initially arrived at the hospital?
Not to my knowledge.
And if you look at the gallery right now, the mother is physically present in the courtroom right now, right?
Yes.
Second row?
Yes.
Pink colored shirt?
Yes.
Did that the individual you got a statement from like 10 minutes prior to showing the photo lineup?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of that.
Is the young lady that's present on the second row in the courtroom wearing a pink shirt, is she the individual that you got the statement from approximately 10 minutes before showing the lineup?
Yes.
Okay. 1 second, please. I know your question, sir. Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, may say. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Judge, no other witnesses for the people.
Any witnesses for the defendant? No, sir. People?
Judge, we're gonna move to bind over on all the counts containing the information, understanding that we've amended count 4, firearms possession by felon to have as the underlying offense, not the previous possession by a felon conviction, but rather the 2017 controlled substance felony conviction. We've moved to bind over on all of these counts. We believe that we've established probable cause through the testimony of Mr. Kirk, his identification in court as well as his identification in the photo lineup. So we believe that this might be put on enough evidence to establish probable cause to bind over on each of the counts.
So since you're already amending count 4, you might as well amend it to the statute that we used to say that needs to be possession of prohibited person.
Yeah, I will do that. Yeah.
What's the MCL on that? I think the MCL is still the same, isn't it? Did the MCL change?
I feel like it may have.
Did? Okay, I'm not sure. Mr. Sinclair. Yes, sir. I object, of course, to the binder over on these charges. I'll spend my time today talking about counts 1 and 2, which are the first degree murder charges. Based on the testimony that's on this record from Brian Kirk, it looks like there was sounds like there was at least a short argument or disagreement at the time that the individual arrived at the location. And that the basis of that argument was that, frankly, Mr. Kirk, Mary, and Holly were not supposed to be there. They were squatters, they were trespassing on the property. And then when there was an objection to their presence, that's when the short disagreement started. Mr. Kirk approached the person who had arrived to confront them in an aggressive way, and that's when shots were fired. So, Judge, at minimum, I don't see where there's premeditation in that situation. So I'm asking the court not to bind over on first degree for counts 1 and 2, and the objection is open without argument for the remaining counts.
Judge, the testimony of the witness was that the aggressor, the initial aggressor, the person who introduced violence into the situation was the defendant, Mr. Fuller. We believe that the testimony of Mr. Kirk is that Mr. Fuller came in, confronted in anger with a weapon, a firearm that he was using to strike one of the victims, the one whose name is Mary, and that when Mr. Kirk came to try to get in between, and I think he actually testified that he did successfully get in between the defendant and the most precedent and Mary. At that point in time, the defendant took a gun, shot him, and then shot Mary, and then went over and shot Holly. So I believe that all of that testimony does establish, certainly by probable cause, that this was a premeditated and deliberated event. As this court knows very well, that there's no required time period by law as to how much time is necessary to establish premeditation and deliberation. But clearly the targeting of 3 particular individuals, how he shot them in terms of where in their bodies, and he's shooting them sequentially. All of that establishes by at least the probable cause standard that this was a premeditated and deliberate act, and so we do believe to establish first degree murder for the purposes of this.
Okay, so I have the defendant. I guess the only charges that we're addressing here are the 2 counts of first degree murder premeditated. So the facts, as I understand them, is that the defendant shows up and has some objection to these people living in what he believes is his aunt's house, and they have no right to be there. That's all fine and dandy until he pulls out a gun and starts beating a woman with the gun, according to the witness that testified here today. And then he comes to her defense and tries to get him to stop hitting this woman with a gun. And in doing so, the defendant shoots him 3 times and then turns the gun on the 2 women who weren't doing anything. And they just so happen to be the 2 women that are dead, are dead. Heard no evidence that, and can I have the medical reports, please? I have no evidence that Mary did anything, nor that Holly. In fact, my understanding is that Mary was standing behind the witness who testified here today. After he was shot, then he turns the gun on Mary. So the question is, did he have time to reflect on his actions before he took those actions in shooting Mary and then shooting Holly, who by this time sees her 2 friends being shot, and at least tries to run for cover or try to hide. So I have the witness who testified here shot 3 times. I have Holly shot 3 times. And I have Mary shot in the back of the head. All of which leads this court to believe that this defendant had plenty of time to reflect on his actions before he took them. And even though he was beating Mary with the gun and witness Brian Kirk came to her aid, you don't get to be the aggressor in a situation, and then when someone tries to intervene, claim that they're at fault now.
Your instructions about it.
No, that's a misreading of the jury instructions. No jury instructions read that.
If I may.
Yes.
There's a jury instruction that says that if a person is an initial aggressor, at some point in the future, they can claim self-defense. If there's
right, you're leaving out a big part of that.
So the instruction actually says if a person is the initial aggressor and then they stop whatever action it is that
I didn't hear anything about any stopping. I heard that he was beating and then he started shooting. I didn't hear anything about any intervening cause or anything that caused him to stop, or that he abandoned what it was that he was doing.
I understand the point. My point for standing was to inject the actual law as it relates to.
I'm aware of the actual law. Thank you.
Yeah, because I think the court said something that wasn't the actual law, so that's why I stood up.
No, I did not.
Thank you for the opportunity.
As I said before I was being interrupted, This court finds that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in Claim 1. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed them. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court criminal division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date time will be June 27, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Defendant will be remanded to the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff. Thank you. Mr. Simon. Are you on my bond?
I am. Mr. Dora is out on call.
How many step in?
If the court would like, allow, we would like to approach first.
I'm sorry?
I'll go get Mr. Dora. We would like to approach first.
Okay. Yeah. Here's a. Yes, good morning. What's up?
Basically, this is your first time.
Anything could happen if I gotta go up in there, you know. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very much again.
You must have did that about 30 minutes ago. You didn't just do that. You just knew it was gonna get bound over. That's what it was.
I told you I did it, my work back,
We starting to have a click going on.
which causes me to do my work double because I did it backwards to get at to you.
When my van broke down, that's why I kept.
Already?
Yeah, man. So I called a tow truck.
You leasing them bad boys, right?
That's right. Yeah. Leaving car notes. I ain't had a car note, man, for 20 years, bro.
You a straight entrepreneur.
After I retired, man, I started doing this independent contracting work, man. I'm like, I'll never go back to a regular job. Never.
I ain't made it that far yet. How old are you?
50s. Damn. 57.
This is playing with you, right?
No, I got kids in college.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? So, but by the time I hit 60, I should have enough money rolling up in here. I ain't hardly got to do nothing, whatever I want. So
just toast it up.
Yeah. I mean, once. That's right.
We have Nelson.
He's coming up now, Judge.
Okay.
Once I sell my house, I got it.
So,
Once I sell my house, I got it nothing.
I'll stay here, move down, sir.
That's where I'm leaning towards, the Alabama, Mississippi.
God willing, 55, I'm done.
Yep. I said 60.
I'm not gonna wait till I'm 70, you know.
Oh, no. I cut off.
That's it for me. That one. No, sir. You come on up.
Okay. Council, come out. Come on. You sure know.
I'm trying to go home, man. It's like, screw.
Kershawn Nelson.
Never here.
Filing case 2260470, people of the state of Michigan versus Kershawn Shakur Nelson. Defendant is here on a tether violation.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mark Fedor for the people, C76177.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jonathan Simon, P355964, Mr. Nelson.
All right, so the allegations here as it relates to Mr. Nelson is that he violated his tether in different respects. One of which, the allegation is that the tether was tampered with. The other is that he was out beyond the hours that he was supposed to be out.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, I believe that Mr. Nelson denies any tampering, and he would like to explain, I think, why he was out after hours. As to that allegation, I believe he will admit with an explanation his whereabouts at the time of question.
Mr. Nelson, please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You tell me your name for the record.
Kershaw Nelson.
All right, Mr. Nelson, you admit to violating your tether by being out beyond the time that you were supposed to be out?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
I tried to reach Mr. Powers several different times.
Who's Mr. Powers?
That was my tether agent.
Okay.
So I tried to reach him several different times for work-related matters. I sent them text messages, voicemail, phone call, never got a call back, pleaded for him to call me back, never got a phone call back. So I did stay out past hours to try to, I got booked for a show, so I stayed out past hours. It's my son's birthday like tomorrow, so I had to get his birthday stuff situated and things of that nature, and I had to pay Mr. Simon the payment the weekend that I got.
Did you not realize that would violate your tether?
But the last time I talked to the courts told me to just tell the agent, and I spoke with him. I couldn't get in touch with him at all.
Last time you talked to what court? You had that discussion with me.
Last time I was in court, I believe the court said to talk to the agent if I had needed to go out to do my job.
That doesn't sound like anything I would have said.
Since there was an order entered by the court on May 2nd of this year, which did allow him to perform, provided that the event was verified by the tether unit. And it seems that he was making.
You understand what verification means, right?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
So if no one got back to you, even though you had the show, and I understand the importance of it, you make money, you want to work with that type of thing, but if it hasn't been verified, you can't go.
Yes, I understand that. It's just I was called. I called the man like every day.
And that's all fine and dandy, but then when you decide to go anyway, then didn't you know the tether would go off?
Yes, sir.
It's been carried.
No, it ain't that I didn't care, I was in a position where I could,
So how you gonna provide for your family now that you're in jail?
can't really do that.
Because you know, I take my orders seriously. I wish you did.
I definitely do so.
No, you don't, because if you did, then you wouldn't be standing there in handcuffs right now. I think you have to understand that this tether that you was on is a privilege, not a right.
Yes, it is.
It's an alternative to being in jail. When you throw my alternative back at me, when you throw it in my face and say, forget what you said, then it leaves me no other alternative but to put you back in jail.
Yes, I understand that, but I did want I didn't want, yes, I understand that.
So it seems like for whatever reason, there seems to be some kind of disconnect or disrespect of the law. Not saying that you want to disrespect me, but you just don't take this stuff seriously.
No, I definitely take it seriously. I just had
Well, let's take a look at your track record. And I'm not saying you're guilty of anything, but right now you stand before me charged with operating on a suspended license causing death. So there's an indication there that you're not following the law, because you're not supposed to drive without a license. Don't say that you did or didn't do anything. I'm just telling you what the allegations are. In addition to that, you had a court date that you missed. Back on January 25th. That court date was not an invitation, it was an order for you to be here. You didn't follow that order.
was it that I didn't follow the order, sir? I overslept.
So again, see, and that's what I mean by you not taking these things seriously. You overslept. What kind of excuse is that?
No,
it's not important to you.
No, it was important to me. I just had a lot on my mind, going through a lot. My whole life transitioning over to being back incarcerated. Like I've been trying my hardest to stay out of trouble since I've been out of prison. I haven't. Just for this to pop up out the blue was just a shocking surprise to change the term. And that's all. I had a lot on my mind.
Understand how I don't accept that as an excuse, right?
I'm not saying it for an excuse. I'm just giving the real reason to it.
So all that being, and then it makes perfect sense to me that you have been trying to contact probation officer or tethering folk, whoever they are, whatever they choose to call themselves, they don't get back to you. You think you have this urgent situation where you have to go out. You know darn well that if you go out, that tether is going to go off. So what do? You try to tamper with it in some way so that it doesn't go off.
No, I never tampered with it.
I mean, that's what makes perfect sense to me. And that's why we have witnesses standing in the hallway that are ready to testify as to that. It fits together like a puzzle. That's what you would do, because you know that tether is going to go up. You don't want the tether to go up, but yet you feel you still have to get out and work. So it's pretty deceptive.
You know, people are asking that you be remanded until trial.
Your Honor,
preliminary exam.
Yeah, I mean, we're asking for you.
Your Honor, the plea was to the violation by being out after hours. Mr. Nelson is denied tampering, and that is just a theory by the department. I don't know that there's any evidence to that effect. They're indicating in the report that it's consistent.
Do you really want me to hear from you?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, I didn't think so.
But I was just wanted to indicate that Mr. Nelson has now been locked up 2 weeks because frustration that he was unable to get a return response of pursuant to the court's literary order, that he took it upon himself to attend these functions, which should have been followed up on by the Tether Department, should have been directed by the Tether Department before. And he acknowledged he was wrong for doing so. And he now has served 2 weeks in jail, which has had a profound effect. Even if the court were to reinstate his bond immediately, he would still miss his son's birthday tomorrow because of the time it would take to get reset. He does have a loan closing next week, which I understand is not something that the court should consider as a valid reason for his actions. That's a personal matter. It's something that I guess will have to be rescheduled if he can't get out. But we are asking, Your Honor, in view of the fact that he is seriously remorseful for his behavior, that he was doing so what he thought was based upon the court's order, and that he's now served 2 weeks and understands the severity of any further violations, that the court reinstate the bond and the tether, knowing that it will take until next week for him to get out, so he'll actually serve about 3 weeks' time. We think that this is a situation.
Unfortunately for Mr. Nelson, I don't trust him at this point. I don't trust him to follow the law. I don't trust him to follow my orders. And that's not a good position to be in if I can't trust you. And I don't trust him. I don't trust him that he's telling the truth, that he tampered with that he didn't tamper with the tether. I believe he did. There's no way of getting around being out past the curfew hours. So he had to fess up to that. But I don't believe him when he says that he didn't tamper with it. I believe that he did. Because it just doesn't make, he's not a dumb guy. It doesn't make sense to me that he could think that he could just go out without getting the clearance first and receive no repercussions for his actions. So other than doing that, let me put this foil on here to tell them folks, so that I can go out and not be detected. Then I can get back before anybody knows whatsoever. I don't know if you get that information off the internet or what, or off some other inmate, but you got a bum still. That being said, the court is going to keep the bond at remand. Thank you very much.
Judge, I just want to know that he was arrested when he went to the court or to the tether agent. He's not avoiding them. He was actively going to them to try to resolve this matter. And I know the court has ruled, but I just want to say that.
Glad you recognize that I'm.
For the record, that's an act. He did not report to Deputy Powers to resolve this matter. You went to Deputy Powers because you wanted to get authorization to go out of state. Unrelated. He never acknowledged or admitted that he had violated this.
I'm not sure why we're still talking about this.
What this was, what's his exam date, Judge?
He doesn't have one because he's been referred for a competency hearing. Do we have a date for that?
No, that was what I wanted to bring up. He's been referred twice already and still has not been interviewed. And
it should make it a bit easier.
I mean, I understand that transportation to the forensic center may be facilitated through the sheriff's department. However, getting the forensic center to actually do the interview is becoming a problem.
I just need a date to put on this paperwork. I just need a date to put on this paperwork for a strength review.
What do we have as a review date?
I believe it's August.
August 2nd.
I think, yeah.
Okay, so all we can do is try to get them. Yeah.
You know, that in a circuit court matter, I ended up actually having to show cause the director of the Department of Public Human Services.
I don't think we have to take those drastic measures as of yet, not quite. Is there some way we can let alert the forensic center that he is in custody waiting to examine?
I can call him, let him know.
All right, let me know if you need any orders from this court. In
lieu of Mr. Nelson's custodial service, maybe can we advance that review date
No,
before
because they
August?
still need that time to prepare. You know as well as I do, come August, they probably still won't have a report.
Understood.
Moving it up is not gonna help us.
Very well. Thank you.
All right.
My wife got it.
Thank you. Take it down, get situated. Two.
I'm not gonna.
No, Judge. That's the same reason why Stanford Jones locked him up. Sinclair?
Oh, Sinclair, oh, yeah.
He couldn't stop. I see you tomorrow.
All right, have a good one.
How you doing today, Judge?
Doing good, how about yourself? That concludes the docket for today, folks. Hope to see you tomorrow, same bad station, same bad time. Have a good day.
And I think it's that. Have an exam on the 27th. It was set for 10 o'clock, but Gabby needs to push it to the afternoon. So maybe move to the afternoon.
The 27th, is that on the laptop?
At 10 o'clock, yes.
I'm looking at a hearing set for tomorrow.
For tomorrow.
8:35.
They're trying to get clarification. We talked this morning tomorrow. I think I put it in the document so that they can discuss it with you.
Okay. They can zoom in or whatever.
Oh, you know what that hearing is? He was in MDOC. And she wanted to make sure that he was here before the exam so that she could go visit him. That's what that hearing was.
So what do they want to talk about the exam? What's going on?
So the exam is set at 10 o'clock on the 27th.
To push the time back?
Yes. You have an exam at 1:30. She didn't say, she just said till the afternoon or early afternoon.
Early afternoon, would be 12 o'clock.
Anytime afternoon before 6 to 7. So 12 o'clock.
Glasses.
So it was set at 11:30. She
Um,
just need an additional half hour.
on the 27th. Say 17.
No, have a 10. So I got a 10 and 11:30 and 1:30. Guess we can tell them 12:30.
Let me tell you Zoom tomorrow. Since I figured on that.
So you see that I'm going the whole first week of
In
July.
July.
Where you going?
Turns out now I'm gonna take a trip to Virginia. to see my brother-in-law and nephews.
Oh, that's really nice.
Virginia's pretty. You taking the kids or no?
Yeah.
Are you?
Probably so. It's like at least one of them.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Anything you want me to get you?
I don't know if that is.